Good morning, everybody. I'm just doing a microphone check to see what's working and what's not. Well, I can hear music in the background. Just doing a microphone check. Right, everything's working. Well, up to now, anyway. Well, yesterday was a very busy day, and my work as usual was shabby. I know that's what you don't want to hear, but at the end of the day, we talked about a heck of a lot. PC broke down 3 times, obviously. And I'm trying to do one stream and one stream only. But one man trying to do everything at the same time, it is a little bit strenuous. Well, like I said, there's a lot on. I have now capped everything, tried to balance everything to see what we've got. In the top right hand corner, where you see FPS, that is capped at 120 with a 1% low of 60 frames per second to match on the left hand side the native 160 frames per second at a native 16 milliseconds. Okay, now native is what my PC, basically native is what I'm supposed to produce, but my PC can do a heck of a lot more than that. Okay, but I'm looking at reality of what everybody understands. Now the temperature of my graphics is 59 Celsius. Using 90%, there's 10% redundancy of about 450 watts. Well, it's okay. I'm only using one graphics card. Okay, and that's the 5090. I'm supposed to be using the iGPU, but I keep forgetting to switch it on. And as you can see, my main CPU, okay, is running at 60 Celsius at 59%. That's not bad. There's a heck of a lot of redundancy, and I'm only using 100 watts. RAM, I'm using that's debatable. Am I only using 30 megabytes? See, there's paging file going in the background, you see, because of my SSDs and such and such and such. But that seems okay. So let's get on to work. I want to try and do some gameplay at the same time. Whoa, shimmer. As you can see, there is shimmer. Look at the chair. Now the only way I can override that, I got to go into lossless scaling. Which is capped at 120. I'm going to change it to 240. See what changes I have. Remember, I'm trying to balance at the same time. Okay, let's try 480. If you look at the top right, where it says FPS, that is what I'm working on.
My ships them multiplying now. Tell them I'm in lose control. It's electrifying. You better shake.
shimmer hasn't gone down, but the wattage on the GPU's gone up, cutting down the latency. Now you might be thinking, is this all necessary? It is. You must remember the native is okay. Is on the left hand side, the native is 46 frames. That's the native at the end of the day. Anything in between that is frame generation in between. Now, that is okay at the end of the day. Now, you might say false frames is not real, but it is. It's important. Why? Because it's putting frames in between so you don't get the stagger and all these extra things. Okay, as long as it's in between, it's called smoothness. Okay, but if you notice, the graphic card is doing a bit of extra work. There are ways of cutting it down. Okay, and I'm just thinking, should I go native or should I go frame gen? I'm thinking I want to keep me native. I want to keep it as close to 6 as I can. So I'm going to reduce the frame gen. That means I'm going to try and focus on that. So I'm going to go right back to 120. Now that is the screen resolution of my monitor. Okay, you see? Now my native is 60 and the redundancy, I've got 20% redundancy on my graphics card. Okay, and I'm running at 450 watts. I'm not able to control the shimmering at this stage. Now, the only place that I can usually control the shimmering actually is in the lossless scaling. The smoothness don't work in the NVIDIA app. But then again, I'm using DLAA. That could be a problem, I don't know yet. I'm using 14 gigabytes of system RAM. Anyway, let's see what we're up to. The difficulty is at the moment I'm using headphones and everything sounds bloody quiet. Quality, not bad. Yesterday, if you might have noticed, when I was running smoothness through the NVIDIA app, you know, like when it's raining at night and the people shine the light on the oncoming card, it was like that. And how it was noticeable, you could actually notice it on things like this. I'm just wondering, see, when I'm turning my head, the native drops. I'm going to cap the native to 50 frames. Let's see what we have. That is in the MSI Afterburns. A lot of people don't like using MSI Afterburner. Okay, I use it because I need to see the numbers on the fly. Okay, I'm at 60, so I'm going to go down to 50, 40. Still capped at 120 frames per second at the 60% lows. Alright. Native 40 frames. I've got 25% redundancy in the wattage of the graphics card. Not bad. 400 watts. I am in 6K. Okay. I am in 6K at the moment. Now, at the moment, yeah, sorry. I'm in 6K. I am trying to tune my PC so when I get my VR, it's running at the resolution that I want it at. But when I say I'm at 6K, alright, it's at 6K. But it doesn't mean 6K. This is the problem. I'll be running VR. VR will be double that, and also, so my eyes are tired. My TV monitor will also be pushing 6K. But is that what 6, 12, 18K? No, it's a bit difficult, but my PC can push that because of the type of hardware I'm using. And it's all to do with the iGPU, the motherboard, Thunderbolt 5, the RAM I'm using, the SSD. There's a whole lot incorporated at the end of the day. Okay, so it's all about balancing and tuning. But remember, I'm tuning this PC for Star Citizens. Okay, it's a very, very, very demanding game. And there's a lot of discrepancy at the moment. Does this work or does this not work? My motherboard, the Gigabyte AI Tops, has a DP in. So what that means is the graphic card of the 5090 can channel right through directly into the DP in of the motherboard, and then it gets complicated. I can say this and I can say that, and I'm gonna get some hate mail. That's not, I hear you. Okay, but until we, this is on. As I said, you can't see what I can see. I'm just doing these daily inspections. There's so much to talk about. There's so much just going on in the game, which you cannot believe. One, I'm doing Death of a Spaceman. I've been alive in the game 4 weeks. I haven't died. Okay, I'm trying to continue with my daily tasks, living aboard the Icarus and function at the same time. But guess what? Tech Talk has taken over. Tech Talk has taken over because Tech Talk does play a very important part of the running of the game and the functionality of what I want to go forward. But remember, talking about Death of a Spaceman, what does that really mean? I've been playing for 4 weeks. I haven't died in the game. What does that mean? Persistence is working in the game. You can log in from where you left off. Not in your habitat, but on your ship, depending on where you are. And sticking to the rules of the game and doing Tech Talk, navigation and a whole lot in between. Oh, daylight. And today, I've changed servers. I am on the EU server. No, I'm not. I'm on the Asian server. The EU server is better because there's more people on there making the game more real. But for me, the Asian server is better because if I crash or whatever, I stand more chance of getting back onto that server with less messing around. But there is less things in the EU server for me to do salvaging at the end of the day, which makes it a little bit difficult. There is also glitches at the moment, but these glitches I've noticed on the EU server. But does that mean it's repeatable on the Asian server? Well, I'm not going to try to find out. I'm also doing salvaging. That means I'm picking up resources there from the ships too. Sorry if I'm swinging my head about. There's so much to look into at the end of the day. It's called balancing, stress testing. Basically, I've got everything running at the same time. My personal life, the game, tech talk, everything. Okay? This is not what this person wants to see, it's not what that person wants to see, or what not. But what I'm trying to say is, at the end of the day, there's something there for everybody, until I can sit down and settle down on what I want. But main thing, I will be telling you straight, I am focusing on the Samsung Galaxy XR, okay, and the future, what that has for the game of Star Citizens, okay? Because when the next generation of VR comes out, you'll understand why I chose the Samsung Galaxy XR over the Pimax. What about the Pico that's coming out next year? I had a bit of talk about that. I did subscribe to them to be a beta tester, but when I sat down and thought about it, if you're going to be a true beta tester, you can't test everything, because you can't know everything. You have to have so much different tech, so much different hardware, so to really produce the true understanding, it's not possible. It's too much. So I'm going to just focus on one thing only. The PC specs at the end of the day to the highest I can run it at, and also the VR which I want to use, and one game, Star Citizens. Everything else can work around that, and if that does work in other games, it's okay. But Star Citizens, at the end of the day, it focuses on every aspect you can think about, pushing this PC to its utmost. My PC is 1 year old, okay? About today. And when I say it's 1 year old, does that mean it's 1 year old in technology? No, it's not. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I pre-built this PC a year ago for the future of tomorrow. Okay? That means I've got the fastest processor out there. The Intel with the iGPU in there, as you can see, and that a new one hasn't come out yet. Refresh rate's coming out, and at the end of the year, where it really matters, the Nova Lake's coming out. So from there, as you can see, even the refresh rate is not going to be that much different when it comes out. This process has been out a year, okay? But there's not going to be any significant changes until the end of the year. What's next? the RAM. The RAM is a year old. I am running at 9,200 mega transfer in gear 4. Yes, I could get it at a lot higher. Well, what does that mean? For this type of game, you need a lot of RAM and you need speed. It's all about bandwidth too. That's also something important. I'm going to try and break that down as short as I can. I'm running in gear 4 at 9,200 mega transfer. You divide that by 4, you get 2,220 mega transfer. Okay? Now, when you look at it logically, that's slower than the DDR4. I'm running Gen 5 by the way. That's slower than DDR4 at 4,000 mega transfer. Star Citizen can run at 4,000 mega transfer. Did you know it can also run at 2,000 mega transfer? Yes, because on my old PC I downclocked it. Now, well, you want faster latency, yes, but at the end of the day, it comes down to bandwidth. Because now that I'm running at 2,000 mega transfer, I've got less stress on the PC. I can run more things in the background. This you would say is not running at 2,000 mega transfer. Do you see where I'm coming from? But it is. And that means the wattage on the processor, the graphics card, everything is cut down. There is no stress because there's room to run everything else. I'm only using 48 gigabytes of RAM. I could run this in gear 2, but it won't go no higher than 8,800 mega transfer, and that would be roughly 4,400 mega transfer in gear 1. The better thing there is the bandwidth again, as you can see, but you can't run as much, and it produces is too much. So understanding the gear ratios and what it means in this aspect is all about the bandwidth of what you can run in the background. As you can see, that's so smooth. Okay, I'm running lossless scaling, but we're not going to get into that just yet. What else is there? SSD. Well, as you know, you guys are used to 990 Pro running up 7,000 mega transfer in gear 4. Alright? Well, my SSD is running in gear 5. Alright? Gear 5. At 14,000 mega transfer. But it is running in RAID 0. And I'm running 3 of them, so it's 1,400 mega transfers times by 3. That's over 44,000 mega transfer. Star Citizen streams things in at such a speed you don't see no loading screens. You see where I'm coming from? And that's because the SSD is running at that much speed. Now, you hear the word, oh, well, where's the lanes coming from? Okay, right. This is where it gets difficult. Okay, if I forget the word bifurcation, take note. I'm running RAID 0 free SSD in Gen 5 using 12 lanes because it's free SSDs. Okay, you understand that. Alright? The graphics card, the 5090, is it also in Gen 5? It's supposed to take 16 lanes, but it's running on 8 lanes. So you add the 8 lanes to the 12 lanes, you get 20 lanes in Gen 5. So everything is in tune with each other right there. Okay? The SSD is feeding the graphics card of its graphics, alright, but we won't go into heating Okay, because that's also another topic. Okay, so we won't talk about heating at the end of the day. So as you can see, my graphics card is in tune with Star Citizens. It's also in tune with the SSD. Okay, blah blah blah. I wasn't going to direct memory access either. Okay, so that's why this is so smooth and why I can load streams in where you don't see any hiccups or what it's that quick. Now this is all Gen 5 from that point onwards and the bandwidth to go with it. Now, like I says, that's the first aspect. Now if you understand that, the PC still will be top of its range for at least another 6 months because of the way it's being configured. There's a lot more than that. You see, as I said, there was one more aspect I also need to add into that. I'm using iGPU. I'm not going to get into that either. But there is one more thing I keep missing. My motherboard has a display port in. Okay, so I can run at graphics of 8K resolutions, memory, and you see, as I said, the further I go, the harder it is to explain. Now, if I didn't have AI, believe it or not, there was no way I could have configured this. I knew the answers at the end of the day, but there's so much going on. I need to check the answers of the results that I've done. I don't put nothing into my computer or ask it of a question I don't know. So if it differs, I'm not using it. This is Star Citizens, and this is running to its utmost. Okay, as you can see, it can run at 240 frames, 800 frames, 120 frames at the end of the day. It's all balancing, so everything's tuned. But just give me 1 minute, I'll be back. Okay, I am back. Okay, yes, we was talking about the PC being tuned. Well, this PC was built for the Pimax 12K. Yes, you heard. Yeah, I know. Listen carefully. This PC was built for the Pimax 12K over a year ago before it all came out, with the DP 1.2 coming out and whatnot. The Pimax 12K isn't coming out for at least another couple of years, for whatever reason. Now, if I wait a couple of years, this PC is old and I can't see. Oh my word. Well, you can see for yourself. Look at that. This is unreal. Now, if the Pimax came out, which they can come out with it because the tech's there now, it is there, okay? Right? If the Pimax did come out with this quality, it would be rocking, but it's not going to come out. Alright? Right, I've lost track now. I'm going to try to explain. HDR is one main factor. Sorry, no, we're going off track. Like I said, this PC was built for the Pimax 12K. Okay? It's not coming out. But the Pimax Dream Air or the Crystal or whatever, it can go pretty close to those resolutions. Alright? But do I have the bandwidth? On its own by its graphics card? No. On its own by the iGPU? No. On its own with the RAM running by itself? No. On its own the NPU? No. SS all the above on its own? No. But when you add it all together, yes. But they are secrets, or what they call it. One, Thunderbolt 5. Okay, the motherboard is also a very important factor. It has a display port in there and also Thunderbolt 5 in, DP in. Now when you start adding all that together, you get enough bandwidth to run two 8K, two 6K screens plus a monitor. You see where I'm coming from? Why? Because the 5090 at the end of the day has 32 gigabytes of RAM. It's not enough. The motherboard has DP in, okay, that can loop the details from the 5090 into the motherboard of Thunderbolt 5 of 125 gigabytes in. The RAM is 48 gigabytes in DDR4, to explain, at running at 12,000. Sorry, what was it? 9,200 megahertz. Okay, and then you've got the SSD that can feed the data. Now remember, Star Citizen's runs. Star Citizen has 120 or 130 gigabytes of storage. You cannot store that in RAM. You can only store it in the SSD. So you need the SSD to feed the data to the processor and to the graphic card at alarming speed. You see where I'm coming from? So you see, one there adds to the other. It's complicated, I get it. Okay, and I can just about keep up because I've got all the information in my head, but to explain it, it's impossible. But it goes further than that. Okay, the iGPU, the RAM, everything has to be added in together. Now, the Pimax can't deliver this, but the Samsung Galaxy XR can. You heard right, it can, but not in the traditional way, okay? Because it's also got a USB port in there, okay, built into the Samsung Galaxy XR. It's still Wi-Fi, but because it's got a display port in of the USB, I can feed that into my motherboard that's got Thunderbolt 5. That cuts down the latency, gives the freedom. So I've still got 6K if I can super sample it upwards. It says 4K, but I'm sure I can push 6K. This PC can push 8K all round, okay? But look how smooth that graphics is, it's just ridiculous. Can I get it at 60 frames per second? Let's have a look. It's now been pushed to 50 frames. Okay. It's just about working. Now, if I wanted it higher, I could overclock the graphics card. I'm not going to do that. Alright? The graphics card at the moment is running at 2.8 megahertz. Okay? It can go to 3.3 megahertz. That's another 800 megahertz on top of that. Plus, on top of that, I've got the iGPU. Can you see that the PC's got so much redundancy? It's unbelievable. But did you notice the strain on the CPU? Look how high it's gone. That's also pumped up the CPU, because now what it's done is borrowed data from the GPU and it's now going through the processor. Now that's causing heat. Can you see Everything's got a knock-on effect. Can it work? Yes, it can. Okay, because now the SSD is working so hard, it's building up heat. But if I didn't have special cooling on it, there is no way my SSD could stay cold. It could not. Under no way. Alright, what do I mean by that? All the heat sinks that came with the motherboard, I ripped them out. And I put thermite with the fans on there, okay, to cool down the SSD instantly. But I don't want to get into that too much. Like I said, this PC, to explain it, is so complicated, it's unbelievable. But when you're looking at the results, it's even more unbelievable. There is no redundancy at the moment, okay, because I'm running at 95% on the graphics. CPU, GPUs run at 60 Celsius, okay. The only way around that now is to overclock my graphics card. I'm not going to do that, okay, I'm not. It's a £3,000 graphics card plus, so I'm not going to be stupid just to prove a point. But I've got lossless scaling. Now I've capped my lossless scaling to 120. I can bring it down to 60. But I'm going to get shimmering. Give it a couple of seconds. As you can see, I've now got shimmering. Okay, you can see how the haziness at the end of the day. That's because everything is running, but there is strain somewhere, and I would say the strain is on the GPU. That's what I mean by balancing. But remember, I'm using lossless scaling with the NVIDIA. Everything is balanced because somewhere along the line, the data transfer is being shifted. I'm going to go back to 120. On the lossless scaling. That's because my monitor, my Samsung Galaxy monitor, is native 120. Now that is back to normal, but it's still straining, okay? Because the 1% low, you can't see it, it's not here. Well, the lowest at the moment is 45%, so somewhere along the line something's strange. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to cap my frames in the afterburner, okay? To the 1% lows of roughly about 45. Remember, I've got to create redundancy because things are being borrowed from different parts of the PC to do different tasks. Now what I see there now is screen tearing. But now I'm now at 120 frames in the lossless scaling, but there's no redundancy on the graphics card, none. And the 1% low is above 45, so it's got to come down more. That's because I've forgotten the numbers. I'm going to go down to 40. I'm trying to fine tune this. Look on the afterburn on the left hand side, you'll see as it's going down and it's screen tearing at the moment. Okay, the 1% low is 40. How do I know that's working? Because if you look at the GPU at the top, there's a redundancy now of basically the graphics card is running at 77%. There's a redundancy, call it 80%. There's a redundancy of 20%. So if any spikes, it's covered. At the 1%, and the PC now is fine tuned at 40 frames. I could overclock the graphics card. You see where I'm coming from? Because when I look at the graphics card, I'm running at just under 3000 megahertz at 400 watts. That means there is room for improvement, but like I said, I'm not going to do that because there's other parts of the PC that needs certain things, and if you push your PC too hard when it needs these things, it's got a problem. This is now balanced. I could go down lower. The the screen tearing's now gone. I don't see the screen tearing. I do see it a bit. Let's have a look at the screen tearing. You see, there's 3 ways to do the screen tearing. No, I'm not going to. See, I'm still tuning. Now, at this ratio there now, because I've got an idea what this is running at, I can now turn off the afterburner. Because now that work is finished. Okay? Because that will not move unless I move from around here. I can tell if something changes. There's the screen turn, you see it? Engines off.
Engines offline.
What good is tech talk if you can't fly your ship? Can you see the screen tearing? I see it. But it's not disturbing. If it's disturbing, I will stop it. But I don't need to, because everything is just about tolerable to me. There's no shimmering. There's no window rate. There is artifacts. But I don't know what type of artifacts that is. And there is also, I've not used for a long time, stabilization. That means there's none of this juddering. Now that is another thing I will be looking at when I get my VR. Why? Because the VR will be magnified to human life form. Basically, it's going to be a one-to-one scale. So you know, if you what I mean by that is one-to-one scale. You've got a camera. You've got 10 zoom, 10 times zoom, 50 times zoom. You get all that juddering, okay? And that is what it is, and it's magnified. It's terrible, okay? I'm going to be working on that. Plus, at the same time, this is I'm in VR. I'm in Tobii eye tracking at the moment. It's flat screen. Now, what is the difference between flat screen and VR? VR, you can turn around in the spot. You can look around and see everything around you. Tobii eye tracking, you can't do that so easy. Okay, that's one aspect. I'm trying to get out this tech talk here. It's difficult. My eyes are not focusing at the moment. See, looking at this here now, there is a bit of shimmering, but it feels perfectly tuned. It can go a lot more, but like I said, to get this right, no point at this stage because I am still stress testing. And with CIG, they're messing with things all the time. It's difficult, but it's not really. I've got screen tearing. I'm going to exercise on screen tearing. See which is the best screen tearer to use. They use the screen tearing in the game. We shall see. Shimmering. Look. The screen tearing doesn't work in the game. Now has the wattage cut down or is it because I'm in a different part of the ship? But one thing I've noticed, the frame is capped and it's dead on 40 frames. So I'm going to focus on that for a minute. I'm also looking for text clarification. The shimmering is not that bad, okay? And it's locked at native 40 frames to 120 frames monitor. I need time to analyze this part because I don't do much. I never have the screen tearing off because the PC is usually fast and I usually use other parts of sync, what see deep sorry, there's too much going through my brain at the moment. I am looking for the control room. This ship is 25 days old. Basically, it hasn't crashed, it hasn't died, I haven't had to respawn it or anything. Death of a Spaceman. It's just not Death of a Spaceman where you're running around and shooting and you die. It's the consistency of the game, of your role play. The graphics has actually come down in its temperature. That is could be because I'm using VSync. Remember, I am running in 8K, 4K. I should actually put that to 8K plus actually, because remember, the VR will be using 3 times the amount. Because remember, this will be, the TV will be running in 6K, and I'll be also having 2 6K screens running at the same time. know something? Everything's running brilliantly at the moment, capped at 40. I've got more redundancy than what I need. So let's turn up the frames native to 50 on the afterburner. When I say native, I use afterburner because that is the native at the end of the day, the true capabilities of the screen. I see screen tearing. It is capped at 40, it's not fluctuating. But I also see shimmering. Just let me go check on my escape craft while I'm here. As you can see, it's struggling. Remember, it's consistency that I want at the end of the day, because consistency is reliability. 50 is about it's steady at the end of the day, but it's fluctuating. That's because I need more power from the graphics card. This is my escape craft. You see, when it comes to balancing, you have to know where you are and what is the best all round to where you go mostly. And actually, tell you the truth, for me to start messing around the afterburner, it is actually 35 really. So let's lock it down at 35 on the afterburner. We're talking native. You see, I'm only using one GPU at the moment, so it's difficult to balance this. The afterburner is now cut down to native 35. Remember, the native is what I'm running at that everything else can run at. The frame generation don't mean crap until you've done your native. The native is the afterburner on the left hand side. When you've got that tuned in or dialed in, then you can start pissing around with everything else. I'm now at 35 frames native. Now that means the GPU is running less than 80 frames. The graphics 2.9, 400 watts. There's so much to take in. It's gone down to 100. There's so much to take in. Explaining it too much, it's too much to explain really. But if you notice on top right, I'm still pushing. No, that's fluctuating, that's dropping. Now the reason why that's dropping is because it's actually loading in from the SSD. Okay? don't really want to go below 30 frames per second because then you're going to create desync. That's another category. Desync is where when you're walking, you got your character at the side of you. When it goes back to CIG, the character who's walking beside you is 3 seconds behind. That's desync. That's why 120 seconds is ideal for this game. 60 seconds is acceptable. 30 frames is playable, but it's not pleasant. It causes problems. It's basically, if you're on your own, 30 frames. Native. If you're playing with somebody else, 60 frames. And ultimate perfection, 120. We must take into account the VR goes to 90, but there are workaround. Oh, that's wrong. There are workarounds, but it can't be done. Well, there are workarounds, but I can go through and explain that, but it's easier when I've got the headset in my hand to push it to 120. You see what I've done? I've opened the back doors. I'm looking for the control room. I am supposed to be using the lossless scaling on a slower PC, okay, because a lot of people want to see, can you use the lossless scaling on a 1080 Ti and graphics card to show 120 frames so it runs smooth? Yes, I need to do that, but like I said, there's so much to be brought in. If I bring in too much, I'm just going to confuse the issue, because I do need to go into another PC to do that. But the person who's supposed to be using that PC at the moment, it's a little bit, what do you call it? And for me to use, I've got to re-strip the PC and set it up for my configuration to do all of that. I think when the graphics card on average of between 60 to 70 is ideal. You definitely need a redundancy. So when I get the SS, when I get my Samsung, it's going to be a tall order. by that is if I want the perfection of 6K per eye when I'm streaming, you won't see it in 6K per eye. I most probably have gone right down to 2K, but according to the specs, this PC should be able to run all three monitors at 6K resolution. Yes, I know at the end of the day, but those are wired differently. We're talking VR here now, okay? Who would believe I've been in this ship, the Idris, for 4 weeks straight? Persistence works in the game, okay? It's been bloody difficult. And everybody, all they want to see is you blow up. That's not what the game is about. It's about functionality and originality, what you can do in the game as an individual. Everyday life, how it's fatiguing. Playing the game for so many hours, it's a lot. It moves on. Right, stop a minute. I wish I put the shield back to how it's supposed to be. I think it's ridiculous. Shields in the game and you can't use them. Better not have them on at all. And the reason I say that is when you get the capital ships and them big dirty behemoths, they need shields. I've got to get AI working on this. Now, this ship should have components, but is it at the grade standard? And secondly, where are the components? Are they on the inside of the ship or the outside? Don't know, don't care. No gravity. I'm trying to break up the ship. Because you see, at the moment, remember, salvage is part of my role play, you see. Okay. Oh, that's food. Is it? Yeah, that's food. This is a slow process. Get a bigger ship. I'm thinking about it.
Star citizen, my ships they're multiplying now. Tell them I'm in loose control. It's electrifying. You better shape up. You better understand. Shape up now. This are the heavyweight champions plan. Feel the rhythm in your soul. Take control now.
That's better. Thank you. Are those missiles? This looks like it's a whole day's work. Oh, okay. Now this is interesting. Okay. This is a jump with the whole A. I know this cannot fit on this ship. Just so I don't knock it over. But it's worth a try. Nope, I'll be back. I think it's better if I bought the ship here. It's 5 kilometers away. No? Remember 340.
Systems off.
Systems offline. Aegis combat assist activated. Systems green. Engines online.
control. It's electrifying. Don't want to get grey, just to fly the Polaris Javelin Endeavor. And where's my merchant man with the tachyonic beams forever? You better shape up, yeah, I need a game right now. Playing at 1440 FPS, no shake. Better shape up, I need a game. Better shape up, I need a game. 10 years now, me a working star citizen. My beat is growing, feel the friction, shift and multiplying. Me lose control, it's electrifying. Don't want to get
It seems like repair on the host A is going to be consistent. Now I can close the damn doors. I need breakfast now.
Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on. Shield off. Shield on. Engines on. Systems off. Hello, how can Miss help you today? Systems on.
I'm going to make some breakfast. If you want to know what I'm having eggs. One egg. Too much cholesterol. Bacon. Gallon style. Spicy mushroom. Stir fry. And burgers on test. Now in the mushrooms, I'm having carrots, onions, fried tomato, mug of tea. The burgers, I've spent the whole of yesterday making it and marinating it. See what it's like. I'm looking forward to that. Now, I've known burgers for about good month now. You know what I mean? My burgers, when I make my burgers, I save £6 instead of going to a burger bar and only cost me 50p. No. These burgers are definite. Alright? They are defo. Think of your most favourite burgers you can imagine. These burgers you can have for breakfast, you can have on a burger bun, you can eat by itself, whatever. Full of flavouring. And if you're into spicy stuff, okay, or you can minimize the spices. But with me, it's a little, I don't know what am I talking about here? I'm not gonna make your mouth water. But anyway, you guys, what I'm trying to say is, I'm gonna be making breakfast, and it's about half an hour to do. So go have a coffee break, come back in 30 minutes. Right, I've done shopping nearly a week ago and I'm still unpacking. Spent nearly 400 quid, £600, it should last about 6 months. It's not something that just goes off just like that. You know what I mean? Just on the boat actually. Okay, let's take things slowly now. I'll try not to make too much clangor. I'm just letting people know I'm still here. Okay? But I've got to eat. This is Star Citizen's life now. I'm taking out the griddle. I'm trying my best not to clatter. I'm not going nowhere. That's for the eggs. That's the griddle. That's for my stir fry. What I'm doing now is prepping. That takes 10 minutes because I've got to get all my ingredients out. When I have breakfast, what's all this to me is when I have breakfast. It's like you're going to a cafe or a breakfast bar or when you have a proper full breakfast and you pay nearly £15. Something like that. And if you know what it's like on a Sunday when there's no shops open and your belly's hanging out with your tongue, you're looking for food and you can't find anything. It's like that. Trust me. When you're out on the field working 18 hours a day and you're so far from home, finding a nice decent place to have some fun is not easy. And you have to keep your strength up. I've got to make 72 burgers, unpack them. And that's for 3 months. Cost me 30 quid. Now each burger is about £1, that's £72. Well, it's more than that actually, but £72. And that's now been done. I'll take out the onions. Got the onions out. I bought onions about 4 months ago, just before Christmas, and carrots 4 months ago. But everything's freeze packed. Taking out. Oh, I'm going to be having a lot of breakfast today. What else is there? I don't think there's anything else in here. No, I'm not having toast today. So let's just put the bacon out of the way for a minute. The liver wants have to be all shaved and cut today. Okay. Takes me about 10 minutes to prep my food out. Basically, I'm getting all the ingredients out that I need. So I'm not, oh, what I need is all that kind of bull rubbish. Salt, my concoction, don't be curry powder, black pepper, yes, bunch of garlic, hot water, defrost the bacon, gammon, whatever you want to call it, plates. Here comes the clatter cock. Here's everybody. Remember, this is Star Citizens Live. If you want to play Star Citizens the way I play it, this is the only way forward. The only reason I'm leaving on, I don't like cutting the stream, starting off, you got all you can see is pepper all bloody day. You can blacklist me. But I've got to eat. I've got to live. Right, okay, what's next? I need a tray. Every time I make my breakfast, I always burn down the bloody kitchen. That's because I've never paid attention. I'm mumbling to myself because I'm thinking out aloud. Sieve, that's for my stir fry. What do you want? No, it's not that. You see, when you make a stir fry, you know how Chinese make it the wok, with a lot of juice and whatnot. Well, obviously you don't want the juices on your plate. So the sieve is there to drain out all the ingredients. You just have the mushrooms. It's ready to get a cup out for the tea and the coffee. Remember, this is going to take me half an hour and I'm doing it live and direct. Reckon direct live. Now you know why I'm always in the game 24/7. How do I afford all this? Well, I don't rob banks for a living, that's for sure. Where does my money come from? It grows on trees, you know, paper. Oh boy. If I only told you, you would believe. Take out salt. Okay, eggs. I want 1 egg. Too much cholesterol. 1 egg. Butter. Vinegar. Milk for the tea. Oh, 1 tomato. I have to have salad in the system. My kitchen's like a galley because I got camper plants. You got to learn to work in small spaces. I'm about to sneeze now. But I've got everything here that I need. I feel like I'm losing something. Onions, carrots, yes. That's done, that's full. Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. After all that, I forgot to take the mushrooms out. Mushrooms don't last more than about 2-3 days. So how the hell do I get them to last 4 months? Because I sliced them and I put them in bags and I put them in the freezer. You can freeze things like that. And at the same time, I've got to remember I'm in game, so I get time out. Where are these mushrooms? Oh, goodness. I've got to go through a heck of a lot of bags just to get through to the mushroom that's at the bottom. It's silly of me. Like I said, passing these cupboards to the last duration. I'm just breaking apart the mushrooms because when you put them in bags, they can freeze and they'll stick together, you see. I got about 4 bags of mushrooms. And they're worse about it at the bottom of the freezer. Oh boy, give me backache. These are pork, oxtail, beef, meat, and they're all in trays. Chicken, I buy the chicken by the boxes. That means you got legs, drumsticks. Oh boy. What I'm doing, I've got about 4 bags of onions. I mean, not onions, mushrooms. They're not there to serve me at least 2 to 3 months. I've got to move my ships now. Don't worry, you guys. I'm only making noise to let you know that I'm still here and I am playing Star Citizens, but I don't like restarting this game of the stream every 5 minutes, you see. Whoa, that. So please bear with the clanging and the battering. I'm not killing nobody. Right. Okay. Now I've got to put all the mushrooms, and basically the mushrooms are at the bottom of the freezer. You know, but basically, you know, if you buy things from wholesale, you know what a tray or a bag of mushrooms are. If you go to a supermarket, you got them in them big £5 bags, etc. That's what it's like. But you see, and you know, you go to the butchers, you've got all the meats, all the chickens, they're all packed out in trays, so they look pretty. So you buy them. Well, that's the same thing I do, but I take them out. I actually clean seal them so they stay in polythene bags, you know what I mean? So I take them as I need them, when I need them, and they're fresh as the first day that I bought them. Okay, that's almost done. You might be thinking, why do you do this? Well, as you know, when people are living rough and they ain't got a proper home, you call it eating at restaurants. £30 it can cost you just to eat at a restaurant for one meal. Now say if that's you got to eat 3 times a day, you got your breakfast, you got your dinner time, that's lunchtime, and you got your supper in the evenings. £30, that's £90 a day. Okay? And that's just for 2 people. You times that by 7. You know what I mean? 90, that's whoosh, 60. Wait, 90, no it's not. But it's nearly £400 a week just there alone. You go to a corner shop, it's half that. You go and then if you want to go to the supermarket, which most of you guys do to cut down your cost, it's half that again. But still, in a week, you're going through £400 worth of food just at the supermarket. Well, I buy my food wholesale. Now, because I buy my food wholesale, that's 4 times a year. I spend no more than about 400 quid. 300 quid on average. That serves 13 weeks. It doesn't mean you buy it all one package. Obviously, you've got tins, you know, can serve months, and you've got meats that can serve, say, 6 months to a year, vegetable, 3 months, and so on. And you pack it accordingly. Then you've got your toiletries and all them kind of things. But when you work it out, when you do shopping, say, quarterly, you know, you save yourself nearly 3 grand. 4 or 5 grand a year just on food. And you know something? You can't eat it all. Seriously, you can't. You're giving it away. But the point is, you're still saving. And you've got this hungry people out there that can't afford to eat. And seriously, when you give them food like that, then when you could have thrown it away, you're scratching their back. They can help you somewhere in return. So like I said, at the end of the day, you can spend nearly £500 a week just on food alone, even to feed family. That's expensive, really expensive. £500. I spend £500 every 6 months. So really my food a year costs me roughly about 1,000 quid. And that's everything in, everything. I like cooking at the end of the day. I should actually do a kitchen a thing on that one day actually, just to show you what it's like. I'm looking for the mushrooms. I just hope I don't burn down the kitchen. Onions first, because remember I'm having stir fry, and at our age we have to eat our veg whether we like it or not, and I don't like veg. My carrots I bought 6 months ago. Yeah, you better believe it. Well, how the hell do they last? Because you know, carrots, you put them in the fridge or whatever, you buy a couple and they shrivel up. Yeah, that's true. But who says you can't slice them up? Put them in the freezer. Onions, 6 months old. The last time I did shopping, apart from last week, which I still unpacking, was before Christmas. Right now I'm doing a stir fry. So as you know, carrots, at the end of the day, I made them in sort of small slices, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Oh, you can not grate it, but you got an idea. Like they're like matchsticks, let's put it that way. So what I'm doing now, I'm semi-cooking the mushroom, because if you don't cook the mushroom, it's kind of hard on your stomach, and the digestive system is not that good sometimes. But remember, you can't see, but my kitchen now, I've just took everything out, and I've got to remember the game. I've got 15 minutes to have 20 minutes to eat my breakfast and have it cooked. I've got 6 people there watching, listen to me rant, but like I said, I don't want to kill the stream on Star Citizens. Okay? Now, Remember, I'm making a stir fry, and it's not the stir fry as normal, because remember, you have to have a balanced breakfast and all your carbs, salads, meat, and everything. So I'm cooking the carrots until it turns a golden orangey colour. Okay. Now I'm putting the onions in with the carrots made. It's like it's, well, just think how Chinese cook. It's like that. Okay. Now I'm putting in my onions because remember, onions, they do go down well actually. Okay. Now I can start putting things back in the freezer now. I am now mixing the onions in with the carrots. Okay. Remember these are from the freezer, so they are frozen. These onions and carrots I bought 4 months ago. I sliced them all up and I stuck them in the freezer so they froze. Right, okay. I can now put my and now be packing back my freezer very, very carefully. Very carefully indeed. I'm now putting in my mushrooms. Okay. Now my mushrooms are now in. I can now start putting everything back in the freezer. Very carefully. Because remember, the food that's in here is supposed to last 6 months. I should actually do this on cam one day. I will, don't you worry. Okay, now remember, because it's a stir fry, you need water. I'm heating up the kettle of the water because I don't like my food below a certain temperature. Yes, I used to be a chef. And I went to uni. I didn't just come and started open a restaurant just like that. You have to have certain qualifications. I've done a lot in my lifetime. Yeah, well, I'm 95 years of age. What do you expect? Just kidding, you guys, okay? What's next? Well, now I'm going to spice up my stir fry. A bit of vinegar. Okay. The vinegar is a secret for the onions. A bit of salt. The reason why I'm doing the stir fry first because with the onions and the carrots, they take the longest to cook. A bit of butter. I'm just telling you what I'm doing as I'm making it. I'm just stalling for time because remember I'm still playing Star Citizen. Okay? But this is how I live at the end of the day and still enjoy the game. Alright. Bit of garlic. Just a touch. Garlic doesn't agree with me, you see. MSG with black pepper and salt and red pepper, just enough to give it a nice kick, so I'm not gulping it down. See, I'm actually just focusing on the stir fry. Remember, that takes the longest, and you don't want to eat it raw. Right, what's next? Okay, this is the hardest bit of all, is the burger. Because I made it yesterday. It's like, okay, don't get the wrong idea. You know how when you go to a kebab shop, they have the big slab of meat on the skew? Well, that is how burgers are made actually. Why? Because you've got to season it, and it takes 24 to 48 hours for it to marinate. So just imagine that all on the skew, but it's got to go in the freezer. Well, I started this yesterday, but I want to make sure that my burger meat, what am I going to sneeze? I have to move away from the kitchen, I don't like sneezing on the food. You've got to make sure that it's got everything that's right, because if it's not, then you're going to have to re-season it again. Just to make sure, because burger meat is nice, but you've got to stay at a certain hold. I'm making 2 burgers today, not too much. And the secret to making burgers, okay, you have to put flour in there. Yes, you heard right. Why? Because flour and eggs and all them things are pretty stick. But I use self-raising flour. Okay, when I'm mixing it all in. Because you see, self-raising flour, you know, like in cakes, how it pops out? Well, that's what you want to do with burgers. Why? Because if you don't do that, when you're making burger, everything's all rock hard and it all sticks together. So yes, but at the end of the day, there's only so much you can use. At the end of the day, I mix, when I do self-raising flour, it's 3 parts self-raising and 1 part plain. Okay? And you mix that in. Just enough so it doesn't stick. And I like to make them thin. You know, like when you go into McDonald's, you guys know what McDonald's are like. Well, they're not that big, thin, multi where you got fat coming out your mouth and all that kind of crap. You know what I mean? Well, that's how thin I like it to make it at the end of the day. Okay? So it's all flattened. You might say pat it down or whatnot, same thing. Okay? But you got to make sure that it's mixed in so it doesn't stick on the flour. Because when you put it on the griddle, it will stick. And I've just made myself 3 and I'm only going to eat 2. I don't want to be greedy. Okay? But the flour is to stop it from sticking, but it needs to be mixed inside too. Okay? Because it needs to be puffed out like when you're making a cake. I know it sounds a bit Irish, but that's not what I mean. You see, I have to be very careful when I said Irish, because I've got a friend who's Irish and he likes to lose his wig every time I call his name. But it's not meant in that, it's just my lingo. He knows me, I don't mean nothing by it. Don't like him really, but don't tell him that. Okay. And I know he's trying to steal my recipes. Okay. Now I'm patting it down so it's as flat as a pancake. No, what I mean is, think about when you go to McDonald's and how thin them burgers are. That is what I mean. So I'm actually doing with the palm of my hands actually today, because remember, I'm just testing it. I just want to make sure the seasonings are right in there. Because if it doesn't pop out enough, I need more flour in there. I don't need to worry about it sticking, because the egg is on all them kind. I'm not even told you the ingredients in for my burgers at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's just too much to explain. That's a different category. I'm just making breakfast. And don't forget, I have to concentrate on the game. And I've got to make sure I don't burn down the kitchen like I did the last time. Okay, now this is going to shock you. My burgers are going in the microwave. No, no, no. That's not what I said. It's going in the microwave. Okay? But I'm not cooking it in the microwave. Yes, I am cooking it in the microwave. No, it'll be done on the griddle. But because it's meat, I like to cook quick. So I cook it in the microwave, okay, for about a minute or two. And then I put it on the griddle and it cooks from there. Okay? Now you're going to hear the griddle. I've got the bacon. That's gammon. Okay, I buy mine at £15. Oh, it's gone up, you know. Right, that's now the bacon. And the bacon. Right. And the burger's in there. Now, because it's so thin, and I'm taking out the microwave, I can't put it on the griddle on a hot flame. Okay, because remember, it still needs to be juicy and tender and moist. Right, that's now been done. Now I'm going to do my tea. Tea's done. Milk on the tea. Put away the milk. Okay. Where's the egg? Getting the egg out. Yeah, I'm having a fried egg. I don't put it on the high fire. It's a very low fire, so it cooks the egg yolk. I don't like raw egg, you see. It's a black pepper, salt, red pepper on the egg. I don't like food that fresh, you see. That's why you see my name's called Pepper. Okay, that's now been done. And now what I'm doing, because remember I took out the whole kitchen, and now I'm packing things away now. Remember, stir fry is still cooking. Adding more water. Sorry about the banging. Adding more water. See the mushrooms? It's just got carrots and onions and mushrooms in there, mixed in with spice with water now to simmer it all in. The give it a nice stir. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need these. Go back in the fridge. Now, taking the burger out of the microwave with the gammon. I'm now, okay, that's good. So you can't see all this, your mouth will be watering. I'm a greedy pig. Now I'm going to put it on the griddle. Remember, it's not a high fire, because remember it's already cooked, but you still want it to be soft enough so you can eat. And you don't want to burn down your kitchen. I keep burning down the kitchen because the fire's always too high. Turn that up a bit. Okay, that's good. Cover that open because that means still unopened. Right, turn up the tomatoes. Fried tomatoes like with salt. You see, you have to have vegetables whether you like it or not, especially when you're getting on a bit like me. You don't, you're gonna have problems. High blood pressure, cholesterol and all that kind of rubbish, dizziness. I didn't know all of this. They didn't teach me this at uni when I went to do restaurant food. I knew you can't give certain people certain things. Oh, do you remember, who remembers in your day about these secret ingredients when they were selling in restaurants? Did you know that's illegal? The reason why, if you go into a place and they say it's a secret ingredient, it's against the law. And do you want to know the reasons why? Because people have food allergies or they're allergic to certain things. So when people turn around and say they've got this secret thing in there, right, they can't do that because if your body's not used to it, you can have a serious reaction at the end of the day. So remember that when someone says secret ingredient, they have to tell you what's in that ingredient. You know what I mean? They don't have to tell you, but you don't eat it because, like I said, it can cause allergies. And did you know, even food spices, you can't mix food spices with certain products. Now, I come from a Caribbean background, so even I mentioned Scotch bonnets. Oh, so you guys know what Scotch bonnets is? Peppers, but it comes from Jamaica. But because I had my restaurant, I could not sell the Scotch bonnets. Why? Because it's not processed. And when it comes into this country, because it's not processed, by you put the stuff in there, so green, I call it green mold, things start to grow. Now, what you didn't seem to understand because of that, okay, it would take time to grow, to get all fungus and whatnot. So because I had a restaurant, I could not use Scotch bonnets in my products because it could be 2 to 3 weeks before it would be sold in the UK, in whatever you had to do. But because I'm into spicy food, I had to find a substitute. And this is where Asian food came in. There, they have similar foods to what I have, but it's all dry. You see where I'm coming from? And that was the way black pepper, black pepper, red pepper, all them kind of things. It's all dry, so it's not processed. And then you can mix that into your food. But if you have Scotch bonnets and you cut it all up, that's not dry. It's still moist. And I'm telling you, if you have that, I'm not going to say because I'm cooking, it's not about what comes out the rear end. Yes, it is, because like I said, it's an upset belly. Them kind of things I learned. Okay, now my stir fry is now cooked.
10 years now, me
I'm
away
now
with
going
Star
to sieve
Citizen.
it.
My fleet is growing, feel the friction.
Now
Ships them
remember,
multiplying, me lose control. It's
you heard me say I've
electrifying.
had
Don't
the
want to get
burgers, which I
great,
made
just
from
apply the
scratch. The
Polaris.
gammon
Traveling in
was
the
in the
fire. Where's
microwave.
my
It's still
merchant
cooking
man with the tachyonic
because I've not done it
beams
on the
forever? You better
deep
shape up,
fryer.
yeah, I need a game right now. Playing 8K at 1440 FPS. No shame, you better shape up, I need a game.
Now I'm sieving the mushroom because remember there's a lot of liquids in there. Yeah, because there's water in there, there's oil in there, and all them kind of things. Hey, the bloody fire's on the on. Okay. Now why is that? Whenever people are using your stuff, you need to check. I just put my food on cold oil. I don't like oil, so we now got to turn the fires up now.
Wave one past, wave two gone, wave three waving like carry on.
And I like all my foods hot.
Back us watching the countdown clock yawn. You spent 2 grand just to win. That's not immersion, that's play. By the time we are lands in the pew, there's a newer model on the shelf, off price at the gate. We are beyond disappointment high. Just dating for dreams on a shopping site.
Taking out the eggs. So
Not
my
now, now,
stir
now,
fry
boy,
is
maybe
cooked, my
soon
eggs
you'll
cooked,
line on
but my
us.
gammon
We are
is not
beyond
cooked. The
disappointment high.
bacon's not
6
cooked.
months
I need with me
later, small
tomatoes.
town life. Don't buy the promised land,
Apparently, I didn't check
patience
to see if the
pays.
flame was underneath, but I should notice because I didn't hear no sizzle. Whoa. Ah, wait a minute. That can work. I'm almost done.
Let me tell you a story, real quick, no fiction. 10 years and now for still early access addiction. They said finished product, I believe the prediction. Top 10 grand on a PC, learned a lifelong lesson. Our history, looping like a bugged out mission. VR and pizza, yo, that's not full permission. Experimenting tag should come with the warning. Do not empty wallet while dopamine forming. Pin
Okay.
maxless headset that 2,000 pounds just to look at a
Don't worry,
man's
one day I
life.
will show this on stream, but not with my Star Citizens, okay?
Enjoyment,
Oh,
6
that's
months
nice.
back. Sax goes gay from mocking like it's side-eye to hype. Someone in the background says, wait for coming soon. Remember Toby, remember the wait. Version 4 was cool, version 5 was great. Years went by before people
About 15 minutes just to have had my breakfast, and I'll be back playing Star Citizens.
no shame. Test it when it drops, enjoy the game. But buying now for P to use joy. That's paying cinema prices to watch the change. Front row seat to a loading screen night. Prices fall while you hold regret. Receipt come feature, not bad. We are beyond disappointment high. 6 months later, guess who's right? Newer model, better deal. Same
I
headset,
don't really want to
smart
stream 2 days a week. I want to stream 7 days a week. But it's difficult because people want parts of my body, not them parts. I mean, they need my help, they need my supervision and whatnot. And all I want to do is play Star Citizens. When I do my shopping once every 3 to 6 months, it takes me a week to pack it away. because everything has to be sectioned out, packed away properly because of the time it takes to eat. Taking out the tomatoes now. Now the burgers is now starting to just go brown a tiny bit, but remember I'm doing it on a very slow heat. Okay, let's. Okay, you guys, you know when you're making sausages and you rush it, the insides are never cooked. Okay, well that's what it's like when making burgers, and that's the reasons why I stick it in the microwave, so it cooks inside out, and the outside gives it the crispiness and the fryness, so you're not eating it raw. Okay, but remember, if you can't cook, don't criticize, because it's not something I just do just like that. Okay, I'm now back. This stir fry I learned from the Chinese. And we all know Chinese uses MSG, but don't think it's all chemicals in the way it's explained, because it's not. And if before anyone turns around and say they're not supposed to eat from the Chinese, that's all rubbish. Because you know, when you go to Kentucky and you have their chicken and stuff like that, what do you think's in that? MSG. You see, being a chef, when you do these products, you have to understand everything that goes into a meal and why. By the time I finished all of this, I'm up here with daylight because I've got that Hercules skin I make credits out of. I would say there's about 30 cargo units there, and I'm using a popsicle Fortuna to skin the whole bloody lot. It's 26 days now I've been in the verse, and I haven't died once. It's not all about combat. And to actually, it has been boring. I'll tell you straight. I won't sugarcoat. It's been boring. But the thing is, what I have learned, how will I be next month? How long this takes to do that? What needs to be done this? Where am I going to get the credits from? How I'm going to survive? All that has been learned. I didn't know I had to be doing repairs on the ship with a jerry can, because that's tier 1 level. And as you know, just been announced that the Kraken's coming out next year. But the problem is, everybody knows that the deck, the shields, is only protecting the ship. What about the ships that are on the ship? Those will be blown to smithereens. And if you know how long it is to prep a ship and whatnot, because of that, you're not going to put ships on ships. It's not what fits. That's what they say. It's definitely a spaceman. But there is a way to protect the ships of the ships. The point of defense, which was introduced on the Polaris and then after on the Icarus. It works. Okay? The Polaris is small, so it's got 7 missiles just in the right places. The Icarus is twice the size, 4 times the size, but just for people that are ignorant, the Icarus is 4 times the size of the Polaris. That's why it's got twice the amount of FPs point of defenses on there. Okay. Now let's talk about the Kraken. The Kraken shield cannot protect the ships, but the point of defenses can. So you need 4 times the amount of point of defenses on the Kraken that you would have on the Icarus. The Icarus has got 15. It's 11 or 14, but I argue the numbers. 4 times that is what? 15, 60 points of defense. That's a heck of a lot. Okay? But remember, the shields are not protected. You're a single crew or one man like me, you can't run around all your torrents. So your point of defenses will protect these ships outside on the deck. But it won't be just the lasers, you'll need the missiles too, because the missiles can shoot at a far range. You see where I'm coming from? I think I've got something on there, just give me a minute. Yeah. We'll point at a far range. So now you've got the NPCs with laser guns, and you've also got the NPCs with missiles. They can shoot down missiles and they can shoot down ships. The missile can go at a far range. Okay? Now because missiles, they run out, they have to be controlled so they don't blemish over time. Now if CIG doesn't get word of this, and they don't put enough point of defenses on the Kraken, don't think for 1 minute I'm going to put all these ships on the Kraken so they can get blown up. See where I'm coming from? I won't. So that's the reasons why the NPCs on the Kraken are so important. You have to have enough of them. Those are the only thing that can counteract the shield. This breakfast is nice. Another 10 minutes, you guys, and then I finish my breakfast. So please, I'm just going to say thanks. But the reason why I didn't switch up, I don't really like starting the stream up every 5 minutes. Because they're alright. I could need a bit more spice in there. Too bland for me. Now, you understand about the Kraken and the point of defense. Let's talk about this ship. When I'm referring to the whole A, I'm not talking about the whole A. I'm talking about the whole B. The whole B is a bigger ship than this. Okay? It has a problem. One big massive problem. Weight and counterbalance. It holds 512 cargo units. That's heavy. Now, look where the legs are. They're very on the inside. So when you put the cargo on, it's going to be protruding on the outside, knocking the ship off balance. Now, if CIG hasn't thought of this, okay, you know, every time the ships are being put cargo in, they'll fall, the ship will topple over, and you're going to have a hard job getting it back to normal. Now, okay, the legs don't have to be moved, so they don't change the structure of the ship. But they can have stabilizers that protrude, that goes out. So that means when you're loading up the whole B with the stabilizers, it won't topple over. Now, if you don't know what I mean, look at this ship here. Look how wide these legs are. That's up and topple over. The cargo is wider than that. You put cargo on one side, that ship will tip. Now, I'm going to go to the rover, and you see it's got stabilizers on. But they're not like frog's legs, as you can see. There are little things there. Those are stabilizers, so they don't topple over. Center of gravity. Let's look at this ship here. Look how wide the legs are. It won't tip. This ship, in a manner of speaking, shouldn't tip because you can see how it's a perfect example. Have you seen how the legs sort of frog out a little bit? That's what I mean by frogging them out like stabilizers. So if you put something on the outside, it won't tip. Example, the cargo. This is a perfect example. You can see, because they fill the cargo at the end of the day, The legs are there as a counterbalance. Okay, they're like stabilizers. I'm glad that happened actually. You know what I mean? But this one hasn't got it. The ship will tip, but you can put stabilizers that extends out like tentacles, so it doesn't tip. They're not wheeled. It's just to stop the ship from tipping when loading. Now, we're almost 90% sure that the whole B will have tractor beams. Alright? Now, on this ship, it's got a tractor beam. Okay? It can move ships, but it can't go behind. Alright. Now, I can't remember the name, but look at those jeeps that has those ropes when they get stuck in the ditch. They've got these to pull them out. It's like a tow rope, a wench, that's what it's called. It's called a wench on the front of the jeeps. Now, these whole A's, whole B's, whole C's and whatnot have got tractor beams. They can move ships. So that means they can act as a wench. If it topples over, the wench can pull it back on its side. Now this hasn't got tractor beams on the front. It will most probably have tractor beams somewhere at the front or the back, depending how the cargo is situated. So that ship is going to need two things: stabilizers for a counterbalance, which I've just showed you on the Fortuna. Okay, and it's going to need on the tractor beams a wench. So if it topples to one side, it can use the wench, like on the Jeep when they're in what they call it, or stuck in quicksand, to pull itself right. Now I do know that these things are not in game at the moment because I got the whole C and I've tested the whole C. When that ship tips to one side, you cannot use a tractor beam to level itself like an anchor. That should be something that needs to be added into the game. Also, this has a tractor beam. Now, if you put cargo boxes on here, the tractor beam works, and it works fine. But did you know, if you got missiles on there, like those missiles, when you do refueling, like obviously you're going to rearm an Aegis with its missiles, or a Polaris, not Polaris, yeah, Polaris with its missiles, they're going to use something like this, and the missiles will be underneath these and so on. But the tractor beam cannot reach the missiles. So for this to do rearming on big ships, it cannot be done. You have to leave the ship. But I'm still on the testing phase at the moment. I still believe it can be done because remember, I look for workarounds. So I'm going to try this now. See if this will work. I'm going to stick these up here. But this is a workaround. And then missiles are size 2, but that means they're roughly about 2 meters where they're supposed to be, but they're not.
Star citizen, my ships they're multiplying now. Tell them I'm in lose control. It's
I'm looking for a
electrifying.
workaround.
You better shape up. You better understand. Shape up now. This are the heavyweight champions plan. Feel the rhythm in your soul. Take control now. Bop all day. Happiness will make you whole now. Happiness will make you whole now. Yeah. Slides low, bubbling like one nebula vapor. Drums rolling slow, bass creeps up like a planet rising. Testing, testing, whoa. Level sweet baby, let's fly. Sax flares bright,
Because remember, I want to rearm my Polaris with the size 2 missiles, and I'm going to use the size 1 for now. Now this ain't got that functionality. As you can see, if I was to use a tractor beam to move that there now, it wouldn't work. Now what I was hoping, brilliant! Yes! What's happened now, I can now use these. Like I say, it's a workaround. As you can see, I brought this one level down because the tractor beam needs to be reconfigured. And the missiles are underneath those what's his names. So now, when I want to reload my Icarus, not the Icarus, because I've not got missiles in Icarus, the Polaris, I'm going to try this in the next patch, not this patch, because I'm going to be doing crafting in the next patch. These are size 2s, rattlers. These are going on the Icarus, on my Polaris, at the back. one more missile. I'm going to put this into perspective. Now remember, the whole A, if it had tractor beams, I could have used that to rearm my Polaris. If you can see where I'm coming from. But the whole A hasn't got that facility. We're supposed to have tractor beams, but it hasn't. But this will give that ship another purpose. And I know what you're going to say, that's not what it's intended for. Everything in Star Citizen is not what it's intended for. It's down to your intelligence at the end of the day, which I've just proven. You've got a brain, use it, work it out. One second. That was a nice breakfast. And now I've got to now drink my tea. And I've got to wash up the dishes. Slice the bacon. Make more burgers. I'm not going to put no more seasoning because that's the way it's going to be. I don't like playing with the food. Random bacon burgers. I got to make more liver. Yeah. Now, this is I'm going to leave this here to show you the problems it's causing. Okay? Now remember, this is supposed to be used for rearm, refuel and repair outside the ship. It's the next best thing to the Vulture when it comes out. The Vulcan, sorry, not the Vulcan. The Vulcan. So this ship, you're forced to come out of the ship. Engines on.
Systems activated. Systems on.
Now, like I said, these ships are supposed to take more than one item. Like with a jerry can, it's just one kind of petrol and that's about it. Right, okay. I'm now underneath the ship. Okay, they've done some work. It was not like that a couple of days ago. Alright, trust me. It was not like that a couple of days ago. But the thing is, I'm glad that's done now because now I can use these to rearm it must be a special way. Wait, where's the missile that was underneath this? Well, you can see where I'm coming from, can't you? I really don't understand how this works. Oh, where did that go? They do need to do some work on this. I hope someone points it out. I know what you guys are saying. I should put a report in, but like I says, when you've been playing this game long enough, certain things you don't go near. Not saying that it doesn't work for you, because you guys want to be Makati. You've got to do these things. Me, written work is not one of my strong suits. So it's one of my disabilities, you see. Wow. Okay, skinning time. Oh, wait a minute. Construction materials. Okay, now I'm going to be working on the. It's the Hercules. Yeah, the C2 I'm going to be working on now. I could be for about an hour. I've got the smallest ship at the end of the day. I don't need resources. I've got the resources. That was the first thing I did a few days back. You know what? This is taking too damn long. I could be here for the next 6 months. I'm going to change this timetable. I'm going for the reclaimer. Now this job I don't like. And why that is, if I'm supposed to use a small ship like this, it can take 4 hours. In the reclaimer, it takes 2 hours. 15 minutes to go and get the ship, and that's it. Where do I empty all the shit? I empty all the shit on here. Now the gamble is, let's hope I don't crash. Well, I got faith in that I'm not going to crash. All the temperatures are okay. The worst thing about it is I'm solo. And to all that, you can get people in the game, but remember, they want all the pleasures, they want all the credits, they want all the hard work. That's the bad thing. But bloody hell, 12 SCUs for 3 hours work, that is ridiculous. The only hard thing is, it's getting, well, I'm on the edge of the server, so there's not that many servers. It wouldn't be so hard if I wasn't on my own. And this is so boring, it put my ass to sleep. Yeah, you don't know. It did literally put my ass to sleep. Woke up just in time though. So I'm going to need food and I'm going to need water. I'm not going back with the reclaimer. Alright? You know what? I'm going to take the Firebird because the Firebird is useless. Okay, the ship's red. Something's going on here.
Star citizen, my ships they're multiplying now. Tell them I'm in loose control. It's electrifying. You better shape up. You better understand. Shape up now. This are the heavyweight champions. Take control now. Pop all day. Happiness will make you whole now. Happiness will make you whole now. Yeah.
It must be outside the ship.
When me glide into the deep space night, stars them shimmer like them know me right. You call me name through the covering light, baby. Your signal warm up the fire. Your presence blaze like a solar. Tell me you're here.
Let's check the Firebird to make sure that ship ready. Repairs not needed. CIT should not turn around and say there's only 10% repairs is not needed. Ship should always be 100% ship shape and ready. That 10% can be your life.
System activated. Systems green. Launch complete.
When me glide into the deep space night, stars them shimmer like them know me right. You call me name through the come link tight, baby. Your signal warm up the flight. Your presence blaze like a
Proximity
fire.
alert.
Flare
Hit.
every beat of the whole. Tell me you're there. Till we open every hidden door. We never know flight like this before. Bassline rumbling, banging more. Sunlight kissing way through the core. Baby, we blazing like meteor. Every swirl of nebula call your name. You roll like cloud in the concrete hail. Girl, your voice sweeter than starlight breeze. You settle it up like a
Shields
perfect
offline.
squeeze. When our souls combine, gravity pull when we
Quantum
intertwine.
travel initiated.
Closer than words come like words of peace. Your love turn deep space into paradise.
Quantum travel complete.
Feelings close,
Quantum
skin
travel
warm.
initiated.
No love
Quantum
sweeter
travel
than we
complete.
warm. Sun rising up
got to be back within less than half an hour.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Your fleet visitor again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to authority safely. Fleet visitors again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim has been sent.
10 minutes. Now this better be worth more than 10,000 credits.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
While that's doing that, I've got 10 minutes free time.
I'd say. Been up to anything exciting?
Got approached by a fire out the other day. There I was, just minding my own business, eating one. Then I noticed this weirdo just standing next to me, staring at me. He asked me if I had profits, but I said no. If my dominator shout. Guy left me alone.
Well, everything happens for a reason, I guess. What's going on here? Thanks for sharing.
How you doing? I think my guild membership's gonna lapse soon. I haven't needed to mine anything yet, so I'm just gonna let it slip. Very weird though. Growing up, that seemed like the coolest stuff. I've just been busy with other opportunities, you know. Can't keep your head in tunnels with that, just the same. Seriously? Let me tell you. I've got things happening. Big things. The kind of things that turn a regular guy into a legend. You know what I mean?
That's the way it is sometimes. woke me up in the middle of it too, and now I can't shake this weird feeling. Like, I know the dream was just my mind processing stuff, but it felt so damn real. Days like today remind me why I left Terra. I got this con from my mum and look, she means well, but is the best at expressing it. She just comes off as very self-righteous, dismissive of anything that's not simpatico with her worldview.
So you guys, I had a little bit of household chores to do. Um, I'm okay for another couple of hours. Okay. Well,
Welcome
now
to the ASOS Vehicle
I'm
Retrieval
taking out
System.
the reclaimer. It's a hard job. Why? Because I got
Your
the
vehicle has
Polaris
been
out,
delivered to the
and as you
following
know,
location.
it's not easy when you're playing Death of a Spaceman.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Sorry, the heat in here is just kind of multiplied.
I'm in lose control. You better understand. This are the heavyweight champions plan. Feel the rhythm in your soul, take control now. Happiness will make you whole now. Happiness will make you whole now.
Welcome to the ASOS Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Now the reason why I'm getting the reclaimer out, as you can see, just using the Fortuner to move those boxes and clean the ship up, it takes 6 times longer. Now I know for a fact with the reclaimer it will take 1/6 of that time. But at the end of the day, moving ships backwards and forwards on your own, if you're going to play the game properly, you have to play the game properly. That means I now have to think 1 hour before I end to get the reclaimer back home. Why? It's my ship, I get it. But let's just say it was being rented, oh, I have to claim on the insurance. It's going to work against you. Remember, I'm trying to play the game as if the game was finished. These rules are not implemented in the game yet because nobody played Death of the Spaceman. Okay? So it's not that I'm making it up, I'm trying to do what I think is practical. You can all play Death of a Spaceman in your own eyes and see what works. If you're a content creator and streamer like me, it will be a lot easier because somebody's going to be watching what we do and they will copy. And when they do copy, CIG's got an idea what to do, when to do it and how to do it. Now this ship should have been set and prepped at Orison at its home base. Now remember, I'm almost at the end of its role, and to tell you the truth, 2 months, I didn't think I would be taking 2 months to do a roll. But I can understand the logic behind it now. And obviously, to do this roll, 2 months before you go back home to base. Processing. Hibernation. It's a tall order. Now, I was supposed to take up all the guns off the ship. I forgot. Now, I do know where I've messed it. That means where I'm working. I don't know the name. Cannot. No. Whatever. I don't know. But I do know it's got an NO in it. I'm just hoping this ship has got all the stuff that it needs. I'm worried about the shields actually.
Aegis combat system activated. Systems green.
Now, for capital ship, I'm not saying it's right and I'm not saying it's wrong, but for me, it's the worst shields it's got for a capital ship. But I'm not worried because I'm not going anywhere where the shields are going to be a problem. It's got point of defense. That's some bonus. If I'm able to clear a mission with
You're clear
this,
to
I will
leave.
use it in future because remember it's all about profit over time now. It's got guns. I will not be traveling with no cargo on this ship.
When me glide into the deep space night, stars them shimmer like they know me right. You call me name through the comlink tight, baby. Your signal warm up me flight. Girl, the way you steer it move me soul. You turn coastal lace into paradise soul. Your presence blaze like a solar flare. Every beat of the whole tell me you're there. Well, if me I already come exclaim, higher than quantum drive, carry me away. Or never know space love sweet so sure till we open every hidden door. Hold me tight, squeeze me right.
Proximity alert overhead.
I am supplying the Polaris, strong as I can fly. I never knew love like this before in the flying of the Polaris sky. We never know flight like this before. Baseline rumbling, begging for more. Sax line kissing we through the core. Baby, we blazing like meteor. Every swirl of nebula call your name. Your outline glow with the cockpit flame. Girl, your body
This will be
sweeter
the
than
first
honey with
connecting
praise.
role
If you
play
settle it, I
I've
swear
used with
you
the
will give
reclaimer.
me a tease. Why when you lock in the throttle deep, me heart skip tempo, me chest loose sleep. Your edge
Shields offline.
Sucker punches. Yeah, fake lightning. That's the only one with sucker punches. I knew I should have bought the bolts. The reason why, it might be the only way I can get onto the Icarus. All this is a learning curve. Everything's not straightforward, you know that. Okay, so we can get back onto there. I'm going to need the whole A. Okay. Why? Because the whole A will take the 16 containers off the reclaimer. If something goes wrong and I've got the time to bedlog, at least the containers are on the Icarus. Because the Icarus is the main transporter at the end of the day. Now this is definitely a two-man crew. So if I can pull it off as a single operator, I'm going to have to give him some credit. The main thing is, can I get on the Icarus? Because if I can't, I'm going to have to go all the way back. Yes. And no, I'm not going to leave the back door open under no circumstances. I can come back for the whole sea anytime. have also been a pretty good getaway. Because if I'm going to self-destruct that ship there, I need to get away. You see where I'm coming from? You see, I've got 3 big ships here, and I can tell at the moment it is actually pushing my GPU. I am trying to turn down the graphics card. I don't want it pushing it too hard. Now I'm causing desync. Although I'm still capping 120, that's good for my eyes, it is below 30 native. If you're playing with somebody else and that person's rocking formation at the side of you, you definitely see the difference.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on. Systems off. Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
It's not going to self-destruct. Interesting. I can't self-destruct the ship. a bit of a job, isn't it? I can already feel the difference. Okay, the reclaimer sold it for me.
Discombat system activated. Systems green.
Cannot deploy landing gear down. Oops. Okay. And that's the problem. I need the landing gear down. Let's see. This has changed. Right. Okay. So they've got the VTOLs working now. Okay. That's a good start. Before when we used to put the landing gear VTOLs, the show's seat belly would drop out the sky. It's not supposed to be able to do it. They're supposed to kill the ship first. If I kill the power plant, the ship's dead anyway. The sucker punches killed the power plant. I know that for a fact.
Weapon systems offline. Shields offline. Shields offline. Weapon systems offline. Weapon systems online. Systems ready.
Wait, let's see what else it makes it. No, do that one.
Caution, front collision. Caution, front collision. systems on.
Ship's looking kinda hefty at the moment. I think I'm watching the wrong video here. Has the video's been stopped? I know I should have stopped it when I got up, but I thought it might have just worked. Okay, I think I've got problems. I wonder how long it's been doing this. Alright, let me try and get the ships back home. That can't take that ammunition. Back to the please don't crash. Remember, try and best. I've been playing this game for 4 weeks now. And the first day I have to play the game, there's a hitch on the streaming. The thing I'm going to do is get the reclaimer back to base because technically it's rented, and I've got to make my way all the way back to my ship, then log out, and then that will be it for the day, and then I'm back to housework. It's like the stream's been starved. Something's happening in the background. All the streaming data's all gone. I think I'm able to work out to get back home. And I got to stay until about 4 o'clock in the morning.
Stars them shimmer like them know me right.
Engine's on.
All systems offline.
Baby, your signal warm up me flight. Girl, the way you steer it, move me soul. You turn cold star lanes into paradise. Oh, your presence blaze like a solar flare. Every beat of the old tell me you're
Anvil Aerospace. All systems online. Forward proximity alert.
I should think about there's only 2 people watching for the last couple of hours. So all I've got to do is work out how many hours I've been streaming, what time is it now, find out what time it started, and backtrack from there. I will say 2 to 4 hours. If I've been streaming 8 hours, I can do that work out. 9 hours. So 4 hours from now is 10:30. Okay.
to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to authority proceed. Your insurance claim has been sent.
You need some?
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval system. Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to authority proceed. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Your please visit us again. Goodbye.
So you guys there, I don't know what's happening. I don't even know if the stream's working or not. Okay. Um, so I'm going to be logging up in about 10 minutes to have a look. It could have been doing it 4 hours, could have been doing it 6 hours. I don't really have a clue. Okay. But if it's not, I've actually been using the reclaimer today in connecting roleplay with the Icarus, and I've been doing some salvaging, but this is the first of its kind with one person that day, and I don't even know if I've even got it on stream. But I do know most of the days only been 2 people watching this. Big disappointment, but it's the way it is.
Aegis apparatus active. Systems green. Engines online.
It seems to be coming back to normal now. I would say I'm roughly about 2 minutes behind on the stream. I can't even tell you if it's frozen.
Launch complete.
But it would have been nice if you had actually saw the reclaimer working with the Idris with one person. But like I said, I'm going to do it all again tomorrow. But I'll do it early in the mornings.
Proximity alert in. Shields offline.
My ships they're multiplying now. Tell them I'm in lose control. It's electrifying. You better shape up. You better understand. Shape up now. This are the heavyweight champions plan. Feel the rhythm in your soul. Take control now. Rock on them. Happiness will make you whole now. Happiness will make you whole now. Star citizen. My
But I
ships
will
they're
say one thing.
multiplying now. Tell them
I've
I'm in
actually
lose
started to go back to base and pick up other capital ships to work with the Icarus on connecting roleplay and not even break the stream.
Auto travel initiated.
I did try this role a couple of months back with the Icarus, the Polaris, and the Reclaimer, but it caused a bit of a ding dong, so it was put on hold. But now that I know a bit more about the persistence now and what I can do, I'm actually able to do it solo.
Quantum travel complete.
Now, I've been used to be a Fortuna, the salvaging. Boy, it takes a heck of a long time. I will be repeating this roleplay tomorrow.
Playing 8K at 1440 FPS. No shame, you better shape up. I need a game. 10 years now, me I waited.
It seems like things are freezing again. Didn't last very long, did it? But as long as I make it back to the ship, I am going to log out. I'm just going to look at today's work. It's the first time in must been about a week I've been able to play the game for more than 6 hours.
Shields online.
Now, the Idris I've now got as a full transporter. But the funny thing is, when I was loading, I loaded the claim one. It was full with just one load. I didn't take it back to base. I just put everything on the Idris because the way I saw it, if I took the reclaimer back to base, it would have suffered. It could have been attacked. But if a normal player is going to scan the ship, there's nothing on the ship because everything's on the Idris. Which you'll see in the moment, but there is funny things happening with the Idris at the moment. Very dangerous things. And as you can see, hey, I've got my Saber Raven out. Could be at the end of the day, it could be desync. But I doubt it. It seems like I'm just coming into the Raven on the streaming now. That's about 10 minutes behind. Saber Raven is a beautiful ship. And I know there's roleplay for it, and I'm going to unlock it. Gone back down to 2 place, so something's really wrong. I'm not going to hassle it. I am going to log out as soon as I can, as soon as I got my ships saved. And I'm going to set the same roleplay up for tomorrow again. Got the game balanced so it doesn't crash, because I've learned enough now about frame gen. Well, I've learned a lot today actually, and remember I am actually tuning the PC for VR. And VR is actually 6K screens, and I'm actually happy to be playing in 6K actually. I would prefer it in 8K, but it's not going to happen. My PC can do it, but I've got to have redundancy. Now I have replaced the Firebird back to its original Saber Raven. Reason being, the Saber Raven shuts down power plants. Okay? But according to the gameplay loop, I don't need it because F8 Lightning can also do it. But the reason why I had the Firebird was because of the bombs. But these Furies are devastating. Anyway.
Engines offline. Systems offline.
I'm able to go back to base now in the shuttle. Now, just to clarify, I've got 16 SU boxes here. These are all from the Reclaimer on one run. That took about a couple of hours, if that. But when I was doing these runs with the 1 SU boxes, they took days. So it is cheaper to charter a Reclaimer just for the salvaging on the big ships, but only if there are big ships out. Look what I got today, mining stuff. But anyway, like I said, I've got to log out because I don't really believe the game's working. But I believe the stream's broken. But like I said, it's a bit embarrassing because it's the first time I've actually seen my stream actually break like this in a heck of a long time. I did spend weeks tuning that so it would work, and I've been doing it in 6K, not 8K, so I just don't get it. But it's not a problem at the end of the day. I will check to see what I'm doing, what I've gone wrong and what's broken. But it's actually embarrassing actually to be streaming 9 hours on a broken stream on YouTube. But to say the truth, to do one voyage and last what 2 months in Death, well it's a month actually, in Death of a Spaceman, can the game be played of Death of a Spaceman? I will tell you yes. I've got the proof. Is there enough content in the game? There's more than what you can imagine depending on your skill level.
Aegis combat assessment activated. Systems green.
But one thing I must say, lossless scaling everything's tuned for the game just to play the game, but I'm actually disappointed that the stream was broken. It might have just been a glitch, but at the end of the day, sitting down playing for 9-10 hours with no stream, it's not funny under no circumstances. But like I said, when these things happen, I learn from these mistakes so I can counteract it by putting certain things in. But I've always wanted to do picture in picture, but that don't look like that's going to work either, because at the end of the day, that's to do with being consistent. But what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be start setting up my webcam, because at the end of the day, that I do need, because when when my VR comes in, I'm going to need all of that. But it's not going to be streaming. See, that's just it. With the VR that's coming in now, there's so much new things to learn, but you won't be looking at the goggles as you see the goggles, like everybody's streaming the goggles. Okay? If you know the Apple Vision Pro, you can have the avatar that looks lifelike. That's the type of streaming I'm going to be doing. So when I'm swinging my head here and I'm swinging my head there and I've got it in streaming, you think it's the VR that's showing all this. It will not be. It'll be a replica anyway. Like it says, all these things, there's a lot I need to bring in with the Samsung Galaxy XR, but I've been told by everybody that the Samsung Galaxy XR